to Cats and Novel Adventures. Today is the first day of the Nevermore Readathon, so I want to welcome all of our friends who are joining us and anyone who is new to my channel. Welcome. Let us know who you are and get friendly with everyone in the chat. And if you happen to be watching after the fact, thank you for watching. And today I am not solo. I am being joined by the amazing Lauren at Happy Haunts Library. Welcome, Lauren.
Thank you for having me, Kat. I'm so excited. This has been something that I feel like it's very much like a part of my January. So I love that you keep doing the Poe party. I love it.
Yes, I love Edgar Allan Poe. I know you love Edgar Allan Poe. I love that you joined me last year to kick off. Actually, it was the first time ever doing the Nevermore Readathon, and I just knew that you had a love for Poe and that you would be the perfect person to help me kick this off. So glad that you are joining me again this year. Please tell us a little bit about you, Lauren, and your channel for anybody that might not know who you are. I can't imagine that, but just in the event.
Yeah, totally. So I love creating YouTube videos. It's like my hobby. I know you find a lot of fulfillment out of like connecting with people over things that, are I kind of like niche, I suppose. Like Poe isn't necessarily the things like my friends are chit-chatting about, but I just love this like gothic vibe and just the things that he was doing in his time. It's just so unique. So I love to create videos that have to do with anything spooky related, adjacent. So just like finding the coziness, the fun, and just doing all the fun things that have nothing to do with work, nobody else's like vision of success, just having fun, no big goals to like monetize my channel in terms of making it a job, just being my full spooky self and finding peeps who are into the same things too.
Yes, and I love that. I love that we can build a community of like-minded people that share our passions for things. And it might be that we discover people that like certain things that we like and other people for other things that we like. Yeah, I love my community. I can say that. But I'm not sure if I put your video that you did a couple of years ago in the description box. I'm going to check that when we go on our first sprint. But Lauren did a fantastic video that included Poe, and I loved it. And that's when I knew, I'm like, she is my people.
Yeah, that was, I think, the first year you did it. I think this is your third year doing it?
This is my second year. The very first year on my channel, I did an Edgar Allan Poe tag, a book tag. And so I think that's what ended up letting us know, like letting me know, because you were doing some video that year, I believe. And that's what I was like, oh, this is so neat. And then you did the tag. And then I started thinking, you know what? I'm not reading enough Poe throughout the year. And I hadn't read any in a little bit. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to do a readathon. I'm going to be ambitious and do this week-long readathon.
Yeah, but week-long is, yeah. And it's great that he has like short stories and there's like book retellings and there's movie adaptations and stuff. So it's like a smattering of everything. And it's nice that it's just a week where it feels like it's just something that you could, it's so accessible to so many people.
Yeah, so I feel like I got a good reception last year. So I was like, I think I'm going to go ahead and just make this an annual thing. As long as time permits, I'll make it an annual thing. It doesn't take a whole lot of time for me to prep for it because, like you said, I mean, he's got a significant amount of work, but it's not like tons of novels. It's more short stories and poetry. And I just find that you can read his work multiple times and get something different each time, or you want to revisit just because you love it, or you find something that's been inspired by Edgar Allan Poe, like the Fall of the House of Usher series on Netflix, which I absolutely loved. And, just movies and books that come out, and then it makes you want to revisit again, and see what it's all about. So yeah, I'm very excited to have this readathon again for a second time. And like I said, like you said, and how I feel, I think a week is long enough.
Your earrings, by the way, they're so cute.
Yes, these are Edgar Allan Poe earrings. They say Nevermore at the top, and these were given to me by Kelsey.
Of course.
These are the type of things I would not buy for myself, but Kelsey, any kind of earrings you see like this, the little dangly ones that are thematic, they're going to come from Kelsey because she loves them, and I'm like, that is a perfect gift for her to give to me.
Yes, yeah, she's the earring queen. I love that. She's just treasuring, like just gifting us these gorgeous little like she just so knows people's personalities so well. She just gives like the perfect earring to people. She's good.
Yes, I agree. I agree. So let's see who is in the chat and joining us today. Hello, Jamie. Telling you and I, hello. Welcome, welcome. And hello, Reading Robbie. Happy Sunday to you. Just read The Fall of the House of Usher this morning, and happy birthday, Poe. Excellent. And if you don't know, we are having a live chat on Saturday. I have not posted it yet. I haven't put the information up, but I texted with Jen yesterday, and we decided that we're going to do it on Saturday at 10 a.m. So I got to get all of that together. So keep your eye out for that. We'll probably talk for about an hour, hour and a half. And if anyone did not join us last year for the live chat, you're in for a treat because Jen is extremely knowledgeable of Edgar Allan Poe and really brings a lot to the discussion.
She's perfect for that. Yeah, she teaches like on it. She's going to be so like a wealth of knowledge.
And she just recently taught a course on it, like within the last couple of weeks or whatever, on the Fall of the House of Usher. So that's pretty exciting. Hello, Kaylin. How are you? Hello, Liz.
Hello, Liz.
Poe excuse for a raven.
Double Poe.
That is so cute. Good. Hello, Brooklyn's Library. Welcome, welcome. And talking about Jen, how are you today? Today I'm rereading Annabelle Lee and the Bells to prep for this week's lesson in, post-semester course I teach.
There we go.
We got it all in there. That's funny because I'm going to be kicking off with Annabelle Lee also today. I have my little reading plan. I was telling Lauren that before we hopped on. I have a schedule for this week, and I'm hoping that I can stick to it.
If you wanted to share that with us, I'd love to know, like, what's your Poe plan?
My Poe plans? I will. I definitely will. Liz says, I'm planning on doing some crafting while listening to the American Writers Museum podcast about Poe, hoping to learn something new. Excellent.
Curious.
I have never heard of that, so I'm going to have to figure that out. So I'm starring that so I can go back to that comment. And then Mercedes is here. Hey, everyone. This readathon is such a great experience. Thank you. Pushing me out of my comfort zone. Excellent. I was so surprised, really enjoying the writing style, trying new things in 2025. Well, I mean, it's hard for me to say anything negative about Edgar Allan Poe. He is my fave. Like, ever since the 8th grade. So I can't say anything negative about his work. I love his writing style. I love his themes. It just works perfectly for me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I hope that you enjoy Mercedes because I think you can just get so much out of his work, just in general. And then ED is here. Hello, hello, and happy birthday to Mr. Poe. Welcome. Love the Poe earrings. Well, thank you so much. That is, like I said, courtesy of Kelsey. Yeah, I have a couple of different earrings she got me that I keep waiting for the opportunity to wear them. I mean, I guess I could wear them whenever, but I like to be thematic if I can.
Oh, yes, you have to be.
And hello, Angela. I'll be starting with The Fall of the House of Usher. Who knows where I'll end up? I revisited Annabelle Lee just a few weeks ago. Wonderful. And to Mercedes, I love that. Trying new things in 2025. Yes. Perfect earrings. Thank you. I love that people get into the puns like me. If I could like make all kinds of Poe references to everything, it would be amazing. I should do that one year. Like take a session for myself where I just like try to be creative as possible with all these puns. People
They're
probably would be sick of me after that, but hello, Jen. Right now I'm sprint hopping, but I'm hoping to see what story catches my interest today and start with that. Fun fact, Lauren, Jen at Pages and Chaos has never read Poe.
oh my gosh, this is the opportunity. This is the time. Do you have like, what would you say is the best place for every new Poe initiate to start?
I think the Telltale Heart. I think either the Telltale Heart or the Black Cat, probably the Telltale Heart before the Black Cat. But if you read Telltale Heart and then you read the Black Cat, you'll get a little good feel for like certain themes. You know, we did that comparison last year with group read. I also think The Fall of the House of Usher is a good choice as well. And if you like mysteries, check out like, you know, the Rue Morgue and the other, Marie Roget, the two detective stories that he wrote. I don't know. And then, of course, if you want to look at poetry, Annabelle Lee, that's what got me hooked on Poe, was Annabelle Lee. And then The Raven, of course. But what about you? Where would you start?
Oh gosh, yeah, that's tough. I think those are really great suggestions, and I totally echo those. I think my one like beginner tip would be to listen to them. And
Oh, yes.
pronunciation is really important, and to find online for the ones you listed, they're super popular. So they do have on YouTube the adaptation of it, like even like cartoon, like the illustrated versions of everything. To me, sometimes the writing can be the biggest barrier to entering this like Poe world. So I don't think it's a bad thing for you to read the short story or the poem, then watch it on YouTube, people like making it illustrated, and then even like reading people's summaries about again. I don't think that's bad at all. It's what you kind of have to do with classics sometimes. The language is old.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent suggestion because I know for myself, teaching Poe in my classroom, I would teach the story, we'd read it together, we'd go over an analysis of it. And especially for Black Cat, I found a good short film and I posted it in my Discord under the Nevermore channel or category or whatever you want to call it. I thought it was a good short film for Black Cat, and it really did help it come alive for my kids, So yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. I listened last year because I'm not as familiar with his poetry as I am with his short stories. And so last year I listened to 2 poems online. I read them first, and then I listened to the 2 that I had chosen, and I loved it, especially the one with the bells, because the way the narrator read it, you could close your eyes basically and hear the bells when you get to that point, just the way it was. So I thought that was very neat. And that's one of my goals, is to read more poetry in general, but I need to read more of Poe's poetry. But yeah, I love that. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate it. And perfect. Love it, Jen. Hello, Jellicle. I'm going to listen to a group read while doing some coloring. Then I'm going to read the graphic novel. Excellent. I love that. And I love that Poe is in all different formats. Like I saw that they had a graphic novel. I was so sad that I could not get it through the library.
That's great.
And Jen said, I'm so excited for the live chat. I can't wait to talk about Poe with you all, as I'm excited too. Hello, as told by Maddie. Appreciate you being here. And sorry, my typing is a bit off. I'm dealing with an eye allergy that's kicking my butt. No, that is not good. What are you crafting today to Liz? Oh, yes, do tell. We want to know. And Heidi, hello. I love that Black Cat short movie. The direction and staging was so fantastic and scary. Yeah, it's a good one, in my opinion. Howdy to Swank. I just watched The Raven with John Cusack. Ooh, I didn't even know that there was a movie with John Cusack called The Raven. And thanks so much to Jen from Mercedes. I've read The Fall of the House of Usher and seen a play adaptation before, but I plan on reading a retelling after the story and graphic novel, so it'll be a totally immersive experience. That sounds like a good plan. And Jellicle, talking about Jellicle, She is going to be going to that Poe speakeasy. She's got tickets.
That was so fun.
Hello, Amy. Woot woot. Happy Sunday. Did you happen to go to that? Did it come to you?
Yeah,
Yay.
it was really fun.
Yeah, I loved it. My husband and I had a good time. My husband had no idea what he was getting into because he's not a
Same.
reader like me. He reads more nonfiction and like he's really into the World War II era. So he does not read anything fictional. He's listened to a couple of audiobooks, that I've convinced him to listen to, but his whole philosophy is, why would I read it when I can watch it on TV? So I'm like, whatevs. But
What?
anyway, I was like, I want to go to this Poe thing and I want you to take me and I think you'll have fun. Well, he did. So
How could you not? Everybody was dressed up. Like I vlog about it in my like spooky spring vlog. I went to like a town over. Actually, the town over is like 2 hours away. And stayed in like this Victorian like mansion that was now like this like co-op kind of thing. And it's just so fun when you go there. They have like the different drinks, and then there's music, and people dress up like not people who are paid to be there. I don't know. Did you have people who dressed up and
yeah,
like?
we did. In fact, Jellicle asked me about that. She asked, it says to wear like gothic clothes or black or whatever. Did you dress up? And I said, well, I didn't really have anything like that. I mean, I dressed all in black. I had something that was a little bit dressier. My top was, but and my husband wore like a nice shirt and dress pants and everything, so we looked like we were going to like out for the evening. But they had people who were like really dressed up, like fancy dresses, like even kind of like I wouldn't want to say costumes, but like clothing from that kind of period. It was just really, you could tell that they are people who dress like gothic, like normally, that's their normal dress or something. But anyway, and then you had people that were in jeans and just very casual. So but I told her, I said, if you have it, I would wear it, because that was one of the things I also enjoyed, was seeing what everybody was wearing. I was like, oh my gosh, I wish I would have had something a little more frilly, kind of to wear.
Yeah, they
But
went.
I don't know. It seemed really nice. But the guy at the speakeasy told us that they're thinking about doing a Poe #2 so that they could do other stories,
Oh,
different than the ones that they had that night. And also that they're going to be doing other type of events. Now, there is another event coming to New Orleans that has to do with Dracula, and it's all surrounding cocktails about that. It's in February, and I don't think we're going to be able to go to that one. But hopefully, maybe they'll have one closer to Baton Rouge, and it's at a different time, and then we could go. I wish it was more like in Halloween time.
yeah. I'm curious.
So,
Maybe if they tour again. That'd be nice. I like when they tour around the country. And just
yes, I do too. And Liz says, I'm still in my miniatures era trying to make a little retro TV. Oh my goodness. I follow a lady on Instagram and I think on Facebook. I think she's got it on both. And her miniature stuff is so amazing. Like her stuff is actually, she makes food, and like her ovens work and different things work. Like they're
what?
functional. It is I'll have, if you like miniatures, Lauren, I will send it to you. I'll DM her channel because it's so cool. She did a turkey for Thanksgiving, and like the light came on. She put the turkey in there. She just recently did something, but everything, like she has miniature wrapping paper at Christmas time. She had like a Christmas tree, had all this wrapping paper, had little presents. It was too
So
wild.
you, I mean, I feel like I'll follow Liz into any kind of craft she does. Like she did needle felting a while back and told me about that. And then I got into that. So now she's doing miniatures. I could see myself like falling down that rabbit hole. I would love to create my own dollhouse. I see
Oh
some
yeah,
people
I
on
think that would be
Instagram.
amazing.
It's epic.
Um,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because I never had a dollhouse when I was growing up. I always thought it was cool to have one, but I definitely don't even have the space for one. So my dollhouse would have to be miniature.
Yeah. Yeah, like a little diorama. You can like do like little mini dioramas. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Hello, Chris Wildfire. And yes, to the Telltale Heart, my favorite. And I have some wonderful books and poems from the library. Yes, love the recommendations for us that are new to Poe. and so many possibilities. The library had a copy of the complete works on ebooks. I'm happy I got that. Nice. ED says The Telltale Heart, The Fall of the House of Usher, or The Cask of Amontillado. I cannot ever pronounce it. Amontillado. How do you pronounce it, Lauren?
I say in my head Amontillado, but I don't know.
Amontillado.
Is that it?
It sounds better than how I'm saying it. ED thinks those are great starting points or introductions. Hello to Halko. How are you? The Mask of the Red Death is also a good choice for Poe beginners. Yeah, I love The Mask of the Red Death, actually, and it even intensified for me with the TV show because I loved how they adapted that on the Netflix show, Fall of the House of Usher. Yes. The only thing is, to me, it's kind of graphic, scary-er, maybe, that I would think that maybe a Poe beginner might be a little afraid after that. Like, is all of his stuff like this?
Oh,
yeah. And that too to Jen. And the Christopher Lee narration. Hello, Jacqueline. By the way, Jacqueline is a high school teacher and teaches English, by the way. The Christopher Lee narration of The Raven is wonderfully haunting. I will be teaching the Cask of Amontillado to my freshmen in February. Very much looking forward to teaching Poe. Yes, that's one of the highlights of teaching junior high for me, was to be able to teach Poe.
I would have loved it as a student.
Oh, I know. I just, in 8th grade, we had a substitute teacher. He was an actor, actually. He was a sub, and he did a whole lesson on Poe and had us pick a poem, any kind of a poem. But because he taught us Poe, I was like, well, I'm going to pick something from him. And that's what I picked, was Annabel Lee. And I had to recite that to my class, my classmates. And then I was like, I love this guy. I need to find out more. Mercedes said, I did enjoy The Fall of the House of Usher. Fun fact, I'm a twin. Excited to try another one today. Awesome. And hi, I'm making chili with my pressure cooker. Excellent. I may not get to Poe today, but I did read Annabel Lee already. Excellent. Very nice. I love that. I love that a bunch of us are starting off with Annabel Lee. Graphic novels are a great intro for students new to Poe. I would think that would be the case. Get them engaged. And what are you guys reading? Okay, so what are you reading, Lauren, today?
I thought it'd be fun because I was looking at the table of contents. There's a part of me that wants to reread Premature Burial because that one just like, I love that so much, but it's own like little short story that's not the most popular, but I love the historical stuff about the fears of getting buried while you're still alive that was going on at the time in the early 1800s. So I might reread that one. I'm going to read The Bridal Ballad for the first time because I'm like, this is the year I'm like wedding planning. So I thought, oh, Poe and me, like this is my moment to get to this poem. And then I do want to watch one of the Vincent Price adaptations. Like I want to start with that, either The Pit in the Pendulum or The Mask of Red Death, I think it is. I wrote it in my hobby journal. So that's my
well, that sounds like a good plan. Well, for this readathon, I decided that I would like to read a poem a day.
Ooh.
Every day read a poem. And so instead of like trying to figure out which poem I'm going to do first and which one second, I decided I'm just going to go in order of how it is in the book. So right. I'm starting off with Annabel Lee today. And then Monday, I'm going to read To My Mother. Tuesday is going to be Him. Wednesday is A Valentine. Thursday is Fairyland. Friday is To Helen. And Saturday is going to be Israfel. Now, the only one out of the 7 poems that I have already read is Annabel Lee. So all of the other ones are going to be new to me. So that's what I figured. I would start with my poem. I want to read Annabel Lee first today. Then I have a biography that I got from the library. And there's my little Poe peeking out.
Oh, it's so cute.
Isn't it cute? But this one is called Poe, A Life Cut Short. and it's by Peter Ackroyd. It's part of his Ackroyd's Brief Lives book. But I figured this might be a good one. It's not super long. I could get it done in a week. So I want to read the first 3 chapters today. So chapters 1 through 3. It's about 34 pages total. And then, depending on where I'm at today, I may start The Fall of the House of Usher. If not, my plan is to do The Fall of the House of Usher tomorrow. So I'll be like starting stuff. Now, for the other part is I would like to read What Moves the Dead. So depending on if I get to Fall of the House of Usher today or tomorrow, I will start What Moves the Dead on Monday or Tuesday. So it's just going to depend on what day I do The Fall of the House of Usher, because once I read The Fall of the House of Usher, I will be making my notes for the live chat with Jen. So anyway, this one, I have read this already. This will be a reread. Okay. But I figured if I reread it for this month, then I can get the second book for my Folklore February readathon. Because I've been wanting to read it.
I read the sequel a long time ago, and I don't even remember what it was about. It's very different.
Yes, it's different, but it has our same soldier in it, our main character. So that's why I wanted to do it. I think it's the Feast of something. Let me see.
What's the folklore elements in it?
I was looking that up yesterday. I'm trying to talk and type at the same time. Let me see if it'll tell me what that. Oh yeah, What Feasts at Night. It is supposed to be something with shape-shifting, I believe. So if from what I read yesterday or whatever, it has folklore in it. It's a monster myth that references that something to do with Romanian folklore.
Okay, cool. That's perfect, because it definitely should Poe stuff.
But I like that it has the word feast in it, because it's What Feasts at Night. And I like that it has it's a monster in it. I believe what I read yesterday, it's like something to do with shape shifting. I was making my notes. I don't know what happened to my notes for that, but that would fit one of the prompts, obviously. I mean, for what I want to do. So anyway, that's what I thought. I was like, well, I know that it's not in the same, setting as, What Moves the Dead, but I figured it's the same main character. So I'd like to revisit him. I'll reread it. It's been a couple of years since I read this. We actually, Kelsey and I had a book club together, and we read that with our book club. So, yeah. So anyway, that's my plans for the week and for today. But yeah, I'm very excited about reading a biography, and I just wanted something I could take my time. Like my schedule for the Poe biography, I broke up every chapter, and I should be, if I stay on track, I'll be finished the biography by Friday. So the only thing I'll have left is possibly What Moves the Dead if I don't finish that, and then I can just go into my last day with a poem and the chat with Jen.
I love that. Yeah. And I'm curious to know what your thoughts are with that nonfiction book, because I feel like there's just so much about his life. I'd be very curious to get somebody who's like not just talking about popular history, but like they're really doing research.
Well, and that's my thing. It's so hard for me to, I saw a Poe biography, Something Madness, that was being advertised, I think, on Facebook. But it's like, is it really a really good one, a good biography? I need to find a good biography, of him, because you want to be able to read something that has a little more than just the same stuff over and over again. Yeah. So anyway, that's where I'm at with that. And Edie said that Poe Speakeasy would be so cool. Yeah, it really was. I need to put in the Discord. By the way, I do have a Discord. I did not talk about that in my announcement video, but I do have a Discord, and I have a couple of channels that are devoted to this event. If anybody wants to take a look at that, the link's in the description box below. But I should post my Poe speakeasy pictures in there. So if anybody wants to see at least the cocktail list, that would be fun. And Jen also attended the speakeasy last October. She thought it was incredible. The cocktails and the performances were top notch. I agree. I really agree. And the other thing I liked is that they offered mocktails. And if anybody was allergic, you could tell them, like there was a lady in front of us that she got only mocktails because she didn't drink. And then there was somebody else that couldn't drink the one that was milk based.
Oh,
So
yeah.
she got something instead, something different or similar, but without the milk. So, and ED said all in black and dressy probably worked. Oh yeah, they had quite a few people dressed in black. And the Dracula event would be perfect for the Gothic Hearts reading challenge. Yeah. And hello, Christy. I'll be flip-flopping between A Storm of Swords and The Winter People. Excellent. I think that's some good choices. And hello, Mike. Can't be here long because I have to get ready for work, but love y'all. Well, we love you back and hope you guys have a great day. Same for you. Try not to work too hard. And I read The Raven in high school and loved it. Hey, a poem a day is a good idea. Yeah, and the poems that I picked are not very long. I think Annabelle Lee might be the longest of them all. Do you by any chance know, Lauren, if you can read a poem online or parts of a poem without getting like struck down by the YouTube gods?
Oh, that's a good point. I see people post them a lot. And I think like last year, Katrina was putting the Raven in the chat box and we were like reading it and you didn't
Yeah.
get copyright
I didn't
struck.
get it. No, I didn't get struck down, but I was just curious because it would be kind of cool because I'm planning on trying to vlog this week also. It would be cool if I could read some stanzas, of the poem.
Yeah,
But I
and
don't know. I guess I have to check into that.
Jamie mentioned, and it occurred to me too, like it's probably in public domain. It's so old. If Steamboat Willie is in the public domain, so should post stuff.
I would hope so. Jacqueline said, I remember reading Mask of the Red Death, The Raven, and The Pit and the Pendulum in high school English. I memorized The Telltale Heart for my senior year in forensics as a dramatic monologue. You go, girl, because it's not his longest story, but that's a lot to memorize. That's awesome. Yeah, I read a bunch of Poe once I got to high school and in college too. And I remember reading The Pit and the Pendulum in ninth grade. I remember that specifically. But yeah, just love it. Booping the like button. Thank you, Nicole. And hey, Camille, I'm going to read The Fall of the House of Usher. Excellent choice. And Jen said, I really enjoyed What Moves the Dead. I didn't care as much for What Feasts at Night. That is something I've heard by quite a few people and based on the reviews. And Jamie said, you should check out The Raven with John Cusack if you haven't seen it. It's from 2012. Cusack is Poe, and he works with a Baltimore detective to solve murders inspired by Poe's work. Well, you know what, Jamie? I might do that because I don't have anything planned to read, to watch. I have plenty to read. So that might be something good if I can find that. I'd like to watch something. I even said I might even go back and rewatch The Fall of the House of Usher. My husband and I absolutely loved that series. It was so good.
So good.
Heidi said, just watch the trailer. It does look good, Jamie. And it wasn't a big box office hit, but I enjoyed it. Yeah, sometimes movies like that, people just don't appreciate them. In a million years, I would never think I would find a nod to Poe in my Boudica series, but the guilt the character feels is so telltale heart. It drove me crazy, let alone the character. Oh my goodness. I always think about SpongeBob, the SpongeBob episode that's alluding to the telltale heart with his boots. If you have never seen it, Lauren,
yes, it's coming back. It's like a childhood memory unearthed.
It is so funny. I show that to my kids also when we talk about illusion. So
Good. That and the Simpsons episode is so good for the Raven.
yeah, I haven't seen the Simpson one. Poe should be in the public domain. Thanks, Jamie. I need to check that. And you can read Poe. His work is in public domain. Thank y'all very much for telling me that, because I might do that as part of my vlog. Jacqueline started reading A Mystery of Mysteries, The Death and Life of Edgar Allan Poe by Mark Dawodziak, and I'm enjoying it so far. So I'm a star of that also for future reading, and that's so cool. And Storm of Swords is 5 stars, the best of the Song and Ice Fire. And I am definitely rewatching The Fall of the House of Usher. It is excellently done, and I think anyone who has read enough Poe will get all the Easter eggs and will understand how it all plays out. And the thing that I also loved about it is I love the Mike Flanagan universe. So many of the actors that you see in that TV series, you see them again in Flanagan's other series. And I love seeing the range that these actors have, playing these parts. So good.
So good. I still can't get over that second episode, like the ending for that one. I can't. It's so good.
The Raven is included on Prime Video right now. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you know what? I guess that's what my husband and I will be watching, either probably not Monday night because he's working Monday, but we're having snow days here, believe it or not, in Louisiana. And I'm off Monday for Martin Luther King, Tuesday and Wednesday for snow days.
Wow.
So maybe Tuesday, because I have sprints on Wednesday, Tuesday night, we might be watching The Raven. That might be our movie to watch. And the title of You Are the Man comes from an account of the Bible. The narrator uses these words to accuse the real murder. Thought that was cool, and I will start there today. Excellent. That is amazing. I love text to text connections, and I love text to life connections. That's the teacher in me, but I do love that. I love when you can find anything that can resonate with what you're reading. It just goes to show why reading is so important. And Brooklyn says the SpongeBob episode, I never put the pieces together. Yes, with the squeaky boots. Just so good. So good. And absolutely, Kat, it's just so fun to watch for all the Easter eggs. Yeah.
Yes.
So we are at the end of our comments, and I thought that Laura and I talked about it. We thought 45 minutes would be a good amount of time for us to sprint. So is that okay with all of you guys? Because that's, kind of what we were thinking. Let us know if that works for you. And then we can go on to our first sprint. Yes, thank you, Kaylin, for breaking the ice. Perfect time. Yeah, I love that. Okay, awesome. So we will go on to our first sprint, and of all these people agreeing that's fine. Okay, good. So Chris, before we go, Chris is saying, are you doing watch parties? No watch parties for Nevermore. No watch parties. The only time I do watch parties for a readathon is for Zombiethon, because I need the help of my friends. I need Amy and Kelsey and Kelly and Andrew to help me out with all of that. But no, this week it's just so short. I just don't have the time for it. But look for it for Zombiethon. And bye, Mike. See you later. Okie dokie. So let me get our kitty up. I should have changed the color of my kitty. Maybe I'll do that next time. I have it in I have my kitty cat in wintry colors from a Wednesday sprints.
I love it.
Okay. Okie dokie. So happy sprinting, everyone. See y'all in 45. Hello. How did you do?
Good. I read The Bride's Ballad, which is a poem, and it's basically about this bride who had like a lost love and he died on the battlefield, and then she's marrying this other guy who's like really wealthy, and so there's like this foreboding feeling of like what's going to happen to them now that she's getting married again. And then I started and got through to 30 minutes into The Mask of Red Death by Roger Corman. And it started off really great, but then now it's getting like a smidge boring. It kind of gets back to, because it's like, I don't know, have you seen it before?
No.
Okay, it's kind of talking about like the satanic cult, and I don't know, it's like not, I want the stuff that I like the most about that story to come through.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I love the adaptation of it for the Netflix show. I just thought it was really, really well done.
Yes, they had the best stuff in that. So I thought it's very topical because it's talking about like wealth and oppression and stuff. So it feels very relevant.
Yes, it sure does. I did read my poem, Annabelle Lee, and I love it. It's just it's a love story, and it's just about grief and the loss of his sweetheart, and I don't know, it's very haunting to me, that someone could be so in love, that they're haunted by the death, like no one else really can come into their life at that point because their love was so strong. I mean, it's kind of sad if you think about that, because especially considering Edgar Allan Poe was not old. I mean, he potentially could have remarried, although sadly he didn't live very long himself. 40 years old, so young when you think about it. But also Stefan in Discord posted a video, and I posted it in the Poe part, of Annabelle Lee set to music. It's a YouTube video where it's sung, and I thought it was really well done. I enjoyed it. So I listened to that as well. I took my picture of what I am reading for Nevermore. So I'll be posting that on Instagram and in Discord at some point. And then Kelsey and I were texting back and forth because she and I have some collaborations that we are doing, and we had to set the dates for that, dates and times. So yeah, very excited about our collaborations, things that we've already done, like, it's movie stuff. She started a new channel. So for anyone that doesn't know, Kelsey has a new channel called Nightmares and Nostalgia, and it's all going to be about film, and it will be not only horror films, but also nostalgic films and television shows. So for anyone that does not know that. And I also put Lauren's link to her Edgar Allan Poe video that she did, just so people would check it out. Lauren has a very unique style to her videos. She doesn't do what I would consider traditional booktube videos, and I like that. I like that you are around a theme. It's fresh. I haven't watched all of them because I feel like time escapes me. But that is one of my goals for this year. So a lot of people are probably going to get comments on videos from a long time ago. And you're going to be like, what? This video was from like a year, 2 years, 3 years.
Yes,
but it's because I want to watch. It's not that I don't want to watch people's videos. It's just when you have your own channel, it's very hard to balance the reading, the filming, the editing, everything else that goes with it, and then the watching. And that is something I miss because obviously I was watching videos before I had my channel. And that makes me sad that that was part of, my entertainment, was being able to do that. So that is something I want to rectify in 2025, is being able to either have set times to do it or, a specific time to do it. But it's got to be a priority because there's just a lot of content out there, and I just want to be more supportive in general,
a lot. It's a big balancing act. I feel like I'm like a huge fan of YouTube, so I never like compromise that. I will remove time from other things to watch YouTube because I'm like a huge fan of it. Like it's very exciting when my watch later playlist is just like jam packed with all these really cool videos to watch. It's part of the experience of being a creator, is being able to just like connect with people through these things. And I don't know, I really like I'm hardcore with YouTube. So it is hard though, because you do have to compromise on something. You only have so many hours in a day. So
yes,
but I'm kind of like a multitasker. I know it's like everybody's like very different, but I'll watch videos while I'm getting ready in the morning, or I'll watch while I'm doing like the laundry, that kind of thing. So because oftentimes I'm not in like an audiobook mood. So I just want something that's like quick, short. Then I mean, YouTube, there's so many opportunities for that, but it is hard to balance between all the actually doing your hobbies, creating videos, and then watching other people's stuff.
Yeah, and it is hard because not only do I listen to, I mean, sometimes I'll listen to a video, but I find for YouTube, for me, I like the visual aspect. It depends on what kind of a video it is. If it's a video that's just something I don't have to specifically watch, you know, I can listen to it, it's fine, but I don't find I can do it. I don't find many videos where I can just listen. I pretty much am like watching, because either the person I'm watching is showing me something, or like a lot of yours are like vlog style, where you're looking at the scenery. I want to see the places you're visiting.
Oh yeah, it's hard
You
to
know
do
what
that.
I'm saying? So it's so hard. And then I also find I can listen sometimes if somebody's doing a book review or a wrap up,
Yes,
but
easy.
I have to have like a pad nearby, because otherwise, if they say something, I can't remember. If they talk about a book that sounds fascinating to me, I have to stop it and write it down, because I can't remember. I'm terrible about that.
Same.
So, but I also listen to podcasts. And so a lot of times, if I'm doing things like you're saying, laundry or whatever, a lot of times I'm either doing a podcast or I'm listening to an audiobook. And so I find that's where my time goes with that. But I don't know. I got to figure it out. I have to figure it out, because it's driving me crazy.
And just huge shout out to like anybody that ever like consistently comments on any creator's videos. Like there's just people you notice their names repeatedly, and then you start to like kind of get to know them and stuff. It's just so awesome that people, because time is so precious and attention is so like commodified and monetized these days, for people to take time to not just one time watch a video and comment, but like repeatedly do it. It's like nobody knows me, like in their daily lives, and they're wanting to know what I have to think and say in my life. It's so precious. Yeah. Attention and where you give it is sacred. So huge shout out to anybody who's ever, for any creator, not even just mine, but like if you're consistently commenting and watching people's stuff.
Oh, yes.
Oh, how important and impactful it is, because no words in a comment will ever like make it as like communicate how important that is, and how like little pieces of our heart. I don't know about you, but little pieces of my heart are like in every little video that I ever create. So huge, just.
Oh yeah. I mean, I appreciate it a great deal, because I just feel like the community is just supportive and encouraging. And like you said, someone took the time, even if they don't watch the whole entire thing, they took the time to watch some part of it and make a comment about it. Yeah, it does. I mean, it's still it's a happiness boost for me anytime it happens. It's not something that ever gets old. It's like, this is awesome. And I know how I feel when someone shouts me out for something. Like, somebody that I follow on a podcast will, a comment that I've said, just it makes me feel happy about it too. So I know how it feels. So it's just that it's finding the balance. And that's what I need to do. I need to find the balance. I mean, I've been pretty much in a season of sorrow, and a lot of personal things have happened in my life. So that is an aspect that has influenced the time constraints. And then going back to work 4 days a week instead of just 2 also adds time constraints. But there is also some time that I'm kind of, I could be doing that instead of something else. Like it would serve me better, I guess is the best way to put it. Gotcha. So yeah. It's a balancing act. So Andy came in and gave us a hi. He's probably sprinting himself. He usually does sprints on Sunday. And hello to Alicia, just joining, getting some lunch and video editing, picking new read, maybe Quicksilver by Callie Hart. I've heard that Quicksilver is quite popular. And hello, Rope. Alicia sent me here. I'm trying to clean, but I would also like to read. Excellent. Hello, Christina. Hello to me and to Lauren. How are you doing? Christina's perfect. She's always reminding us to hydrate, check the laundry, show some love to the like button, and also make sure to sub and ring the bell. So hopefully we get notified. I don't know what it is about YouTube. I do not always get notified by stuff. And sometimes I feel terrible because I don't even realize that somebody has tagged me in something. And then I'll happen to come upon it. And I'm like, well, this was done like weeks ago. Like, why was I not notified of this?
Glitchy.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just weird. And then something I noticed too is, you know how like in your YouTube studio, you have the comments and mentions.
Yeah.
There's something glitching in my comments and mentions because it's like a lot of older videos that I collaborated with Kelsey are in my feed and then it stops. So I have like a couple of new videos where I've been, tagged, and then everything I can't see beyond these like 5 or 6 videos that Kelsey and I collaborated on years ago. Yeah, it's weird. It's happened one time before and then it went away. So I don't know what the issue is.
That's weird. You should be able to see every video you've ever
I should.
created, whether it's live or not.
Well, it just, with people commenting to me, like mentioning me or something. And so that's why I think sometimes I don't see it. I don't know. I got to figure that out too. I'm just not the most tech savvy. Let's put it that way. Hello, Fry. Howdy, everyone. I'm reading The Raven Remix by Carol Lee Dean first. Nice. And have a couple of quick errands listening to The Raven read by Dominic West while driving. That's awesome. And I ended up revisiting Annabelle Lee and watched a book review. Good for you. I love the people who are starting with Annabelle Lee. The Mew made me jump thinking it was one of my 3 boy kitties. And I read The Telltale Heart. I would love to find a video adaptation. Great opening rec. Yeah, I love it. It's wonderful, in my opinion. And Swank is watching Poe in his own words. Oh, never heard of that. Oh, she says it's an evening with Edgar Allan Poe. Okay. And it is very haunting. I'm thinking he's thinking about the song. Yeah. Or you're thinking about the poem is very haunting. The song adds that element also. If anybody wants to listen to it. Stevie Nicks does an incredible rendition of Annabelle Lee. Really? I need to write that down.
Maybe it's on Spotify.
I love Stevie Nicks. She's amazing. Amazing. And hello, Bookworm Lynn. I saw these sprints and found the readathon intriguing. Subscribe. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have one of the collections of his complete works on Audible, so I can listen to The Fall of the House of Usher next. Perfect choice. I'll have to check out the Stevie Nicks rendition. Me too. I had no idea. And hello, Essie. Happy reading. My husband mentioned Edgar Allan Poe today in the class he teaches on Sunday mornings.
Ooh.
Wow. That is awesome. I love that. I love how much Poe touches people's lives just in general, and how relevant he is still today.
Yes, he's popular.
But I love it.
To get it right.
I love it. Jellicle says I'm at 64% in the House of Usher. Cat, should I put the Raven cocktail flyer in the Discord? For your speakeasy, I mean, if you would like to, you can. I am supposed to I was going to post the picture of my husband and I and all that, but you can if you would like to. from the Speakeasy is what she's talking about. In fact, Jellicle, talking about Jellicle, she, I might have said this already, and I apologize if I did. She posted a recipe for a cocktail, the Raven cocktail. It's on hers, and I posted the recipe in Discord. If my husband can find the pomegranate juice on his errands today, then he will make me that cocktail before we get off of sprints. If not, I'm having it this evening.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Yes, it has. I mean, it might be kind of potent though. That's why I don't want to do it. I told him I didn't want to do it early on. I'm not a big drinker, so but I like a fancy cocktail. And
what's the recipe?
Let's see. That's what I'm
because you could always like substitute maybe like cranberry. I'm thinking like it's the same color. So
yeah, I'm gonna have to see if he. Let's see, right here. It's an ounce of vodka, an ounce of dark rum, an ounce of blue curacao, an ounce of Chambord, which is pretty expensive, I'm just going to say. So I don't know if there's something that's comparable to that. I would suggest maybe looking for it. I don't know what the it's CHAMBORD. And then an ounce of pomegranate juice. And you combine all of that in a shaker with ice. And then you pour it into an ice-filled rocks glass. You can put black sanding sugar for the rim and blackberry or lime wedge. And this is in honor of Poe's birthday. So I don't know if people can really see that. But I can send that to you also in Instagram, Lauren, if that is something that you'd be interested, because I know you like fancy cocktails too.
Oh, yes.
So he got all the ingredients except for the pomegranate yesterday. So it was just that particular store did not have it. So anyway, we'll have to see. If I don't have it while we're on sprints, then obviously I'll either try it tonight or at some point during this. But I'm excited. I like a thematic cocktail.
Oh, yes.
Mercedes says, definitely agree with finding the balance. As a new creator, I'm definitely wanting to support my new friends because this community is so amazing. But like Vlogmas, I just couldn't keep up. Yeah. Anybody that can do Vlogmas and Bookmas, my hat's off to you, because I could not do that.
Nope.
There's just no way. I can barely do a daily vlog because of just life. I mean, it's like I can only do it when I can do it. And Lynn says, I've heard of some creators playing others' videos at 2 times plus speeds to keep up, and I'm not sure I could do that. Yeah, that's hard for me too. It depends on what the video is, and then kind of like, I don't know, it kind of like takes away the enjoyment for me. Unless the booktuber talks at a slower pace, then I could possibly speed it up a little bit, but I don't know.
No, even like with my podcasts, I maybe have like at 1.25. I don't know. I enjoy podcasts when it doesn't feel sped up. Like the whole point of a podcast is to be like a conversation with people.
I never speed up my podcast, and the most that I've ever sped up an audiobook is 1.25. And that is only because if the narrator is a little bit slower, I find I can't like I get lost sometimes if it's going too fast. I just can't do it.
I speed audiobooks though. Like I'll be at 2 times speed on my audiobooks because I don't think I have in my head, because like podcasts, it's for my like when I want a conversation, I want somebody that's like a buddy. An audiobook, I'm a little more forgiving, and sometimes if it's too slow, I can't pay attention. I need like quicker.
That's what I'm saying. It depends on the narrator, because James Franco narrated The Dead Zone, and I think for him I did maybe 1.5. He was so slow that when I bumped him up, he sounded like a normal person. Oh, so yes, that was slow. I couldn't believe it. I was like, my goodness. And when I was like, let me adjust it and see. And the 1.25 was like, let me try this. I think it was 1.5 I did for him. But it has to be like a pretty even speed for me that I'm not like, they don't sound like they're Mickey Mouse kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? That it sounds like somebody who would normally talk like at a speed like that. Yeah. Yeah, but I could not do, I was like, oh my gosh, he is talking so slow.
That's slow. That is very slow.
Any video I watch, I make sure to comment, even if it's just a heart. That is very good, Jan. I like that. And hello, Pumpkin and Gray. Welcome, welcome. And I used to get notified when someone would reply to my comment, but not anymore. Sometimes I get notified and sometimes I don't. And it shocks me when I'll get a notification, I'll go to respond to that comment, and I'll see other comments that I did not get notified for.
Yeah, I have to go to YouTube Studio, click on community, and then I'll see everything. And then sometimes I'll do that and I'll only see like one thing in my YouTube Studio, but then I go to the video comment section and I'm like, oh, wow, this didn't show up there. So
it's very odd. So I don't know. YouTube hasn't only not been notifying me, it unsubscribed me from a bunch of channels, and now I have to creep back into people's subscriptions. No, yeah, you know, that has not ever happened to me, but I do know that some people are
like, how would you find out? You would just not have them on your feed and you think, oh, they're taking a break from creating content.
Well, sometimes, a couple of people mentioned this before, and I said, well, you know what? I haven't seen such and such in my feed in a long time. And I went to look. I was still subscribed, but for whatever reason, they weren't popping up in my feed. And it's weird, too, that they'll put people in my feed that I don't even know, or on a subject I don't even understand. Why are you recommending this to me? And I'm like, so sometimes I'm like, don't show me that, because I don't want that bogging my feed down. I want my people. And Lauren coming through with the puns.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, I need to put that one down. My list, my notes. I see what you did there. Popular. Alicia likes puns too. And no for the cocktail, I'm hosting on Instagram. Oh, yes. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like if you want to show a picture of the cocktail that you made. Yes, by all means. And oh, great, you did it. I haven't been in there today. Yes, I put the recipe, but I haven't made the drink yet. But if you made the drink already, Jellicle, show us yours. And she says black cherry is a better sub than cranberry. Okay. Sounds tasty. Yes. And then I've slowed down my booktube content. I'm hoping to upload once a week, but I've been feeling discouraged lately. Yeah, I think what happens, Lauren, I don't know if this happened to you. I know when I first started my YouTube video channel, I wasn't working full time. I was on my sabbatical for the year. So I took the whole year off. So I had all the time in the world to create videos and participate and do everything. Right. And so there were some weeks where I could do 2 or 3 videos in a week. Well, once I went back to work and then everything happened, you know, with my mom and all that, I was like, I'm gonna be lucky if I get 1 video out a week. I mean, I just did the best I could.
Yes.
But yes. I think what happens is you end up, I think most content creators go in so gung-ho, they can end up getting burnt out. And then it's not fun, you know, because then you feel like you're stressed out to have to create for this. And I just find a lot of newer channels. There are people that I started following. They were new and they've kind of disappeared. Like,
I think it's also hard too. Like I know Jen does a lot of like stuff around like horror. And so the high season for horror is going to be like late spring into obviously spooky season. And so you get all of these like, you know, algorithms like pushing out your stuff more than normally. And so it's great to see that peak. But then right after, I always call it like the post-Halloween slump for like a few months, like into winter and stuff. It's just not the time. Like people just, I don't know if I'm just not finding the right people, but like I feel like a lot of people like discount a video that is like spooky or Halloween related at all when it's like not during fall or like right before fall. I don't get that because in my brain it's like give me an excuse to talk about Halloween and horror all year long. And so I feel like there's like that slump that happens, and I could see if that's what Jen's referring to, this like discouraged thing. And it's like, there should be people out there who want to talk about horror, spooky decor like all year long and not have like such a drop in views. And that could be so discouraging. And I don't know if that's what you're feeling, Jen, but just know, like, I love your videos and I look forward to them. I did notice you're not uploading them as much. And I just wish that, you know, I don't know. It's like I'm talking to myself now because I get discouraged too. I just hope that we just remember why we created in the first place. It's so much fun. Our people are out there. And yeah, I just like people like Pumpkin and Gray, for example. Like Jessica just has like the best all year round Halloween and any just kind of holiday coziness. And it's wild to me that people like, I don't know, segment like just parts of themselves. Like I get it, but I don't know, the seasons, it's more than just like that time of year. So it's just a bummer when algorithm only really pushes out certain things. And it's just something I think you have to deal with as like anybody who likes something that is attached to a season. That's kind of a huge hurdle that you just kind of have to accept if you're going to be making content that people think is only for that time of year. You're probably only going to have a lot of engagement during that time. Just
yeah. I think, and yeah, I totally agree because I can see the frustration with other booktubers too, that, you know, horror is their niche, you know. And Jen says, I don't like to speed up podcasts and videos. I will sometimes speed up an audio book depending on the content and the narrator. Yeah. So you and I are in the same boat. That evil algorithm.
It's too niche, I think. Like, I think showing more like newer creators, and of course YouTube wants to make money, so they want to like push out videos. I just think that people get funneled in a weird way where I don't think like, exposing people to new content that is actually aligned with like what they're interested in. It's just this whole game with like SEO and keywords. It just kind of sucks the fun out of like creating sometimes.
Yes, it does. It does. Hello, Alicia. Happy birthday to you, boy. Yes. I love it. I experience it every year too. Yeah. That's why I love events like Summerween and Winterween, because it's like it, you know, it's can be any other time of year, you know, it doesn't have to be. And that's another reason I like the Old School April event that Kelsey hosts, because you can do a lot of old school horror during that time too. I'm all for it all year long. I've had my channel for a year and I still have less than 300 subscribers. I appreciate the loyal followers who comment regularly, but it's hard not to get hung up on the comparison and focus on the numbers. Yeah, it's kind of hard not to swim in the toilet of comparison, but that's what we need to do. Get out of that toilet and and think about why you're really creating. Like, what is the journey that you want to be on? Because I think that's the other thing is, and I know I was guilty of it, is focusing more on the outcome, on these milestones. And then, to be quite honest, when you hit it, it's so anticlimactic that I was sort of like, oh, I should have enjoyed my journey a little bit more. I was so stressed out about this instead of like enjoying it. So I learned my lesson about it. So I'm just kind of like good with the flow now.
But please make things, Jen. Like I love, and again, it's like you bring something so unique where you talk about horror in a very like intellectual academic way where you're making all these connections and you're talking so informed. It's not just like, I like this, I didn't like this, you know? And I don't know if it's because you have so few videos right now, there's very little data that YouTube has that can get you to the right audiences. I think it's a catch-22 where it's like, oh my gosh, I'm not getting any traction with being a new YouTuber. Like maybe what I'm making isn't good or people don't want it. I don't have an audience. I think it's actually, you need to create more stuff to get more into the algorithm. YouTube needs more information about who you are as a person, as a creator, your content, through the words you use in your title and your description, what you say in your videos. So I don't know if that kind of helps, but I think it might help you get more find your people when you create more stuff. Or maybe that's just an easy way of getting you to create more things for me because I love your YouTube channel.
I second all of those emotions. And so Pumpkin and Gray is showing you some love, Lauren. Thank you. But gosh, yes, I so get it. And thank you, Lauren and Kat. You're giving me a fresh perspective. Love you both. Well, we love you, Jen. Yeah, try not to be discouraged. I mean, I'm saying that, but I have those moments as well. I mean, and what generally happens to me, Kelsey and I were talking about this Friday when we got together. Um, I was telling her, I said, it always seems like when I'm ready to throw in the towel or give up, where I'm just like, what is the point of all of this? Then something happens. Something happens. Somebody shows me love in some way. Yes. It's like the universe is like, why are you feeling discouraged? Whatever. But I tell Kelsey that all the time. I'm like, it's weird. It's like in such a weird way that I don't know, but I did a tarot reading with my sister and during Christmas, and part of that was going with the flow this year. And so that's what I'm trying to do. So I figure if I can go with the flow and be okay with the flow, then I'll hopefully be okay. I'm going to do another reading with her when I see her at the end of January and see if anything changes. She does the tarot cards, and anytime I'm with her, I have her do a reading for me. Like, I'm always fascinated by the numbers that are chosen for you, because no lie, when we were going to Sicily, she did a tarot reading for me and one for my dad. And my numbers were like 439, something like that. And do you know, when we flew over to Sicily, to Rome,
Oh my God.
I
No.
sat in seat 439.
No, you didn't, Kat.
I did. And when we parked in Palermo, the parking garage was 439. I took pictures because I was like, I cannot even believe this. This is so insane to me. So I've been noticing some things with 11, because that was my last reading was 11. So I'm like, we'll see. I just have to be open to seeing all that.
That's wild.
So I love when things like that is it a coincidence or is it really the universe? And Mercedes says, I'm really new to this, but from a viewer's point of view, I prefer 1 to 2 videos a week. It's so nice to have something to look forward to.
Yes.
I agree. I've given up on making content at all, although I'm thinking about getting started again. I got discouraged because my channel wasn't growing at all. Yeah, and I think another thing too is it's sometimes finding out that people have a channel, because if somebody like you're here today, Christy, I might not necessarily know you have a channel. So now it's like, let me write this down because I might have to check you out. You know what I'm saying? And I think just highlighting folks when they come for sprints and things like that, like introducing yourself, what do you like to read and all that. And that kind of helps, I think, grow your community. And collaboration. I think collaboration is important too. If anybody can collaborate, find a person that you have something similar and see if you can do a collaboration. And that I think helps you grow.
Mm-hmm.
I learned to not worry about my stats because I would be so upset, especially when I see I lost 7 subscribers somewhere along the lines. I still post and appreciate any support. Something I learned a long time ago, Jen, is that sometimes you get subscribers that are not real people.
Yes.
So the ones that you are losing are probably 99.9% bots.
Yep.
And I would not be too discouraged about that, because they're not real.
Yes. And the trick is like not be excited about getting subscribers too. Like you have to like temper on both sides. So it's like balanced feeling of like, I very much enjoy the process, and what a cool, interesting thing that people like it or don't like it,
Right. Exactly. I agree. Thief of joy is comparison. That one video could reach that one person and make all the difference in the world. Love this community. What I don't grow in numbers, I'm growing in true friendships. That is true. And I will tell you, Mercedes, that I love my little community. The reason I love, and I say little community, is because, yeah, I might have 1,000 subscribers, but I do not talk to 1,000 people. I can tell you that. I talk to a very little community of people, and on a regular basis. And what I love about that is that to me is more authentic. You can actually respond to people in your comments. When I have my sprints, I love being able to interact with everybody in my sprints, not picking and choosing who I can say something to or whatever, because there's just way too many. I love that. I love that coziness of it. And then I just feel like I won the lottery of people I've become friends with, because there are people that I can reach out to personally through like Instagram or, through email or even text and say, hey, I'm having a hard day, blah, blah, blah. Or, they'll reach out to you when they know that something's going on. And just knowing that somebody else is out there that's like rooting for you, or just saying, I'm giving you a hug, or I love you, or whatever, makes a big difference. So that right there is valuable to me. That's more valuable to me than the numbers, because it's authentic, it's real. It's not like this, that this is not going to happen. Like I would look forward to being able to see people in person that, that I've interacted with for a long period of time. Mm-hmm. So, and it's the people that show up for you all the time too. So I would say enjoy, and it's easy for me to say this now, but because of where I'm at in my journey, but I wish I would have had somebody tell me this on my journey a lot sooner, because then I would have been a little more relaxed about things. Don't you agree, Lauren?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, that's part of the process, the journey.
Yes, that's part of the journey for sure. Love that you do tarot readings with your sister. Yeah, she's into that, and she's, loves to share that. She is on a spiritual learning journey herself, and we've done some buddy reads. We read the New Earth together, and it's nice to be able to have somebody to talk about spirituality and stuff with. So, yeah, it's a good time. So interesting to hear your perspectives. I keep going back and forth whether to do a channel would be fun. Oh God, Liz. I am trying to convince Liz to just be with me, because I have a project that I want to start in 2025. And Liz is my person that I can talk to about the things that I want to do with this little project. And I even told Liz, I'm like, you don't even have to be on camera. You can make yourself an avatar if you want to, and just be there and speak. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that Liz is going to take me up on that, because we've had some good conversations, just she and I, that I think people would be interested to hear her perspective.
You, Liz, give us something.
And she's another academic. She's like Jen at Literary Love, another academic with a good perspective. Okay, that makes me feel better. But someone brought to my attention I was up to 450. I didn't realize how close to 500 I was. Woot woot. Well, this is what I will tell you. I never go, if I hit 500, say, I don't say anything about it until I'm like 520 something, because that way I'm sure that I don't have bots that will be taken away, because then I would be embarrassed by saying, oh, well, today it's actually 498. I lied. Oh, I'm way behind on everyone's videos, but I try to comment when I can. Yes, Halco. Halco is my kindred spirit, and he does. Even if it's an emoji or I love the books or whatever, short and sweet, it doesn't matter. I know that Halco's there. Agreed so much to you, Mercedes, from Jen. Does anyone here get comments on their videos or emails about their channel and its potential? I keep getting comments and emails about that and how the person can help me better my channel. That's spam, Alicia. Yeah. Don't fall for it. That's spam. Because if you ever look at the pictures they take, it cracks me up. How they're telling you about something and you did exactly what they're telling you need to do. I'm like, who are you? You're some weirdo. I block those people. Yeah. I don't want them in my email. And something about strangers coming together and supporting each other. Just poetic. But bump. Look at that. Look at that.
I love it.
Me too. Any way I can help, Kat. Yes, we're gonna get Liz up and running. We are going to influence her. I never do, but it's just annoying. It is annoying. Yeah, but I find if you block them, they go away. I haven't had
Okay,
one in quite a while. Now watch, I'll have 10 this week.
Liz, this is what we need. Okay, I would love literally just a video, like it could be 20 minutes, 5 minutes, an hour, just you with the camera overhead, your phone, whatever, just making your little miniatures, needle felting away. I will watch anything.
That would be amazing. It
Yeah,
would be amazing for sure.
I'm intrigued about
Okay,
this
so
project. This would
she
be good.
what?
I'm
She
intrigued
what?
about this product. This
Oh,
project.
it's just something I've been thinking about doing, and it's really to hold me accountable. It's to hold me accountable for the things, my aims that I want to do for the year. So it's nothing that has been set in stone yet. I don't even know when it's going to actually launch because I have so much going on in January and February that I'm like, it might not launch until
Wait,
like
yeah,
March 1st.
it.
But it's coming together. It's coming together, and I'm hoping that it will be something that will help me, in the long run, and maybe help somebody else. Who knows? But I am doing it for selfish reasons. I will say that just because I need the accountability. Okay, so do you want to do another 45-minute sprint?
Yeah, we
Okay.
gotta get back into the movie.
Okay. So let's start that and get us started. Okay. So there we are, 45 minutes, and we will see you in a little bit. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello.
Hey, hey, hey.
How did you do?
I think pretty good. I feel like this movie, I'm watching the Mask of Red Death, which is directed by Roger Corman. It was created in the 60s and it stars Vincent Price. And
Mm.
it's such a weird movie. It's a little boring, but I'll tell you the other ones. It's not like it started off so strong, it was so interesting. And then it got like really weird with this whole like Satan plot. I don't know. How did you do?
I did okay, like not a lot of reading. I went ahead, my husband, unbeknownst to me, went ahead and made the cocktail. So this is the Raven.
Whoa, what
Okay.
color?
So it's a dark, yes, it's dark. And you have the option of putting black sugar, like sanding around the rim, but my husband didn't realize that. And he's like, and I was like, I don't need the sugar anyway. I mean, that's fine. But anyway, it's potent. I'm just gonna say, like, I took a sip and I'm like, this is gonna be one I'm gonna be nursing because otherwise the next time you see me, I might actually be falling out.
It looks like it's a deep blue color. Is that what it looks
It's like a black.
like? Oh,
It's really
amazing.
like a black. I don't know if you, well, I mean, kind of like purplish black.
That's lovely. That's very Raven-esque, very Poe.
Actually, looking down at it, like it does look like it has blues in it, but it's black, like a bluish black. Is that possible?
Oh my gosh. Jen, did you read what you put?
Yes, I said it was potent. Yes, all the Poe puns. I'm loving it. But otherwise, I took a picture of my drink with the raven, my little raven bird that I got from Target, just so I can post that later. But I started the biography.
Yes.
And so it begins, the title of the first chapter is called The Victim. And it actually begins with what happened to him those days leading up to his death. You know, there's so much mystery surrounding it. They don't really know. Like there's no, they've never really been able to know what happened to him, whether he was drugged, if, you know, he just went on a, you know, decided to go drink and get drunk, but he was supposed to travel and he kept getting lost and shuffled back and forth. And then he ends up in the hospital. But when they found him and before they put him in the hospital, he was dressed in weird clothes. Like he had a straw hat on. He was actually in a tavern. Yes, he had a straw hat on. And he had gone to see the doctor prior and had accidentally taken the doctor's cane with him. And so the only thing that really belonged to him was this cane that he had taken from the doctor by mistake. But he was like in a straw hat. He was dressed really weird. It was not his clothes. And there are some theories that perhaps somebody had dressed him up because the tavern they found him in was like a polling place. And so they thought they dressed him up to try to get votes or something. And then another theory was that he got robbed because he had some money from a subscription to this magazine, The Stylist. So there's all these like theory, you know, hypothesis or whatever, theories or whatever you want to say leading up to it. But I find it fascinating. And the book, The Poe Shadow by Matthew Pearl, is a historical fiction account of this, where this guy tries to figure out what happened to Poe. And so it's like a fictional account, and I loved it. But I just find the fact that they can't really pinpoint things because the doctor said one thing and then he embellished later on.
No. Oh, it's so annoying.
Yeah, it says this. They said that having become enfeebled from exertion, the doctor wrote, he became quiet and seemed to rest for a short time. Then, gently moving his head, he said, Lord, help my poor soul, and expired. This is the testimony of Dr. Moran written to Maria Clem 5 weeks after the events he related. Despite later embellishments by the doctor, it is the closest approximation to the truth now available. So it's sort of like, you know, you wonder that people, because people were there, it's like they put their own spin on it because there's really nobody that could debate it. You know, I don't know. I think that's kind of kind of sad. But he only had 4 people, 4 mourners at his graveside. And it didn't last but more than 3 or 4 minutes.
What?
Yeah. It says the ceremony lasted for no more than 3 or 4 minutes. And I mean, it's not by choice. I mean, some people don't. Like my mom didn't want a service, when she passed. She was like, I don't want that. Now, of course, we did a little something for her. It was intimate. It was just my dad, my husband, and I there. But I still did what I felt like should be done. But yeah, she didn't want anything. So now, I mean, he didn't have a choice. Obviously, he expired before he made his wishes known. But I'm on the 2nd chapter, and it's the orphan. So now we're going into his childhood. Now, I did not know this. I don't know why I didn't know this. His parents were actors.
I didn't think I knew that either.
Did you? You did? I don't think I remember that. So anyway, he traveled a lot with them. And then that's when he had to go live with his grandparents for a short time. So I just think he had a lot of, think about growing up in the theater as a kid, and traveling, never having like roots or anything like that. And then being kind of left with relatives when here or there. And if they didn't want to deal with them, I don't know. So I'm early on in it, but I just think his story is sad.
It's so sad.
It's just very, very sad. But I think he had a great love for his mom. So anyway, that's what I think from what I've read in the past. I don't really know. I've never really delved a lot into his background, believe it or not, more his stories than his life. So that's why I'm finding it interesting. I think it's because it's so overwhelming, the information about him, that it's like, where do you start?
Yes. Yeah. I think that book touches on his romantic relationships, because I think I remember correctly, the person that he fell in love with and who died really early, she might have been like really young, like very young, related to him. So I'd be curious what that book has to say about that.
Yes, because of course, my kids, my students thought, "Ooh, gross," on so many levels, because it was a cousin, and because of the age difference, and like I try to explain to my students, I said, there's many factors, people didn't live as long. We even read a story about Pioneer Time one time, and the girl was like 16 and married an older man. It was like his second marriage, because his wife died actually in childbirth, but he had kids already, and they were all freaked out. And I said, I understand. By our society standards, it's a little off-putting, but at that time, because of circumstances, men didn't live very long. Women didn't live most women were dying in childbirth. It's like, it is what it is. I don't know how else to explain it. Not that it's acceptable. You know what I'm saying? To us, like, to understand that, but at the time, it was acceptable.
I would question if it even was at the time, like to what extent that was normal. The history person in me would question that a little bit about.
Yes. I personally would be like, oh, no, I would not want that myself.
Even in that time, I feel like context, I'd want to research a little bit more about like what actually was normal and what was like age 13 versus 26. I don't know.
I know. I don't even understand it. And then also too, what type of relationship did they have? Like we think in terms of like relationships of today, was it a relationship where there was just like, they were just together, not necessarily consummating anything until later on? I don't know. It's like that. You don't know all those details. So, I don't know. That's where you get into territory when you're trying to teach somebody's life that's at a different time period. It's like, I get it. I understand, because it doesn't seem appropriate at all, based on our timelines, what was socially acceptable or not. Kaylin said, I had a channel on and off for a while, but could never feel completely comfortable in there. Unfortunately, I lurk on other people's channels. Yeah, I mean, it's you have to be comfortable with being able to talk on camera, and there's all kinds of ways that you can try to pretend like you're talking to a real person, but it is weird to talk to a camera, to have conversation with a camera. I try to envision somebody I would talk to,
Mm.
about these things, and see, but I don't know. Hey, from Emma. Don't forget to boop the like button. Thank you, Emma. And then Swank said January 25th is Robert Burns night. Pinterest has food and festivities to celebrate it. I don't know what Robert Burns night is. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
You'll need to elaborate, Swank. And Mercedes says, I hope everyone has a wonderful day. Thanks for the sprints. Really enjoying the readathon. And I know Mercedes is gone. Bye-bye. Thank you for being here. And Lynn said, I finished listening to The Fall of the House of Usher. I have a short story collection based on Poe's works called His Hideous Heart. Lauren and I know that well. I think I might pick that up this week and read the original also. Yes. Lauren you read the whole thing, didn't you?
I went through it and I read, like, I DNF some, like I was very much like picking and choosing. Short story collections can be very hit or miss.
Yes.
So I did go through it all, but I didn't read everything because at some point, some of the stories I was like, this is boring, or this is not what I was expecting. Right. Or initially on the first page, I was like, no. So I did consider, in my viewpoint, I read through it, but I don't think.
Okay. I just remember you not being, it was like hit or miss with you with the stories that you read, because you were reading that when we were on sprints that last time.
There's a handful that were really great, but I think the majority of them didn't work for me personally.
Yeah, I just read a couple. I read a couple of them. I read the original story, and then I read the retelling after that. And the ones I read were fine. I haven't read the whole rest of the collection, which I will at some point. The cocktail looks yummy.
Yes.
Like you said, it's potent. So I will be drinking it slowly. Oh, he is a sweetie. He is. No reading. I recorded 2 TikTok videos now that we're back. What the heck?
Yeah, I saw some people talking about that, but they could see it.
So what was this, just like a draw to get people to I don't know. So many people were like, bye, this is my last video. This is my reel of things that I did, because Jen posted hers, like some highlights on Instagram from her TikTok, and a couple of other people I know did that. And then everybody was posting their picture of, you couldn't see TikTok. I'm not on TikTok, so I don't know anything about it, but I wonder, was it just like an attention getter? Are you on TikTok?
I am not, but I do use CapCut, which is owned by the same company. So that's where I'm concerned. I mean, I'm concerned about it all, but that's where it hits me personally, is like their editing software that they have for free.
Okay, I see. Oh. Is that you use that for your YouTube videos and for Instagram?
Okay. I don't really do all that much on Instagram. I just use it for YouTube, but it never went away. Like, I could still use my CapCut. So I'm confused why some people's desktop CapCut that you download, because you can do it as an app on your phone or on your desktop. And so on my laptop, I have CapCut downloaded, but I never got that pop-up that said it's banned in the US. So I'm confused at why mine hasn't been taken away from me and like disabled, but I'm not going to question it.
Yeah. Well, and maybe because it's not something that people were upset about.
But that software, people's CapCuts are disabled.
Like, okay, I see. Okay.
Mine isn't. I'm like, what is going on? Like, I'm going to click on it right now, and it's going to pop up, and I can click new project. There's no notification that says it's been banned in the US, so I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome then. Like you said, don't question it. Yes, the drink matches my outfit. All the pose, all the puns. It's impotent to stay focused, Kat. Yes, I agree. I annotated Annabelle Lee and drank coffee. Woot woot. If the cocktail looks too bluish, you can add a little more palm juice. Yes, it is a slow sipper. You only need one for the night. Yeah, I mean, I can tell by The first sip, I'm like, this is not one. This is not like my mermaid drink that we made the other day. We had a tipsy mermaid,
Ooh,
and that one was really delicious. And I mean, not that this one's not delicious, but that one was really delicious to the point that I could see why you get tipsy,
mm,
because you could drink more than a couple and then it'll slam you. It's kind of like a hurricane, the
damn.
hurricanes they have in New Orleans. I
Yes.
only had one though. Only had one because I was starting to feel,
One and
like, one and done. Yes. It's the color of a raven's feathers that often have hues of blue.
that's cool.
Excellent. Just got home and posted my new purchase in the Poe Paraphernalia Discord channel. Nice. I can't wait to see. And very, very happy with it. And that's a great comparison. Talking about Angela's comment about the wings, pretty indigo blue, indie Poe blue.
Y'all are good.
That one doesn't work so well though. No, I love it. I love it. I need to be writing these all down so I can use them in the future.
That one was
Oh
good.
no, Shauna is homesick with the flu, but I'll keep you all on TV so I can watch the chats. Well, I hope you feel better. Yep, sorry. Hope you feel better soon. Poe's last words: Lord, help my poor soul.
Poor Poe.
I know. Poe married his cousin Virginia, age 13, when he was 26. Yeah. Doubled her age. Poe attended my alma mater, UVA, only for a year due to lack of finances. His room is called the Raven Room.
That's cool.
That is cool. And oops, Poe was 27 when they married. Yeah, short story collections can be very hit or miss. I agree. Hello, Stina. I started his Hideous Heart last year and expect to finish it this time. Nice. And I think it was political ploy. We went dark for 12 hours and then they came back saying Trump signed an exec order to extend it 90 days for now. I did see something about that they were going to do something with him to, I don't know, that he was going to have something to do. In fact, that was on the thing that came up whenever it shut down or whatever, whenever they tried to sign in or whatever. One person had that listed that it was going to go before him or whatever. But I don't know how he could have signed anything because he
He's
hasn't
not
officially in office.
tomorrow.
So I know, but still, like, how would he have been able to do that now? You know, so I'm wondering if it's just like all this, like, let's play with y'all. Let's, like, toy with you.
Yeah.
Like cat and mouse.
Yeah.
A cat toying with a mouse. TikTok was gone for about 12 hours. The whole TikTok fiasco was politically motivated. And CapCut is still gone for me. Oh no. And I never heard of CapCut before. Hello, Jamie. I'm focusing on Borges this afternoon, or Borges. I don't know how to pronounce that. Sorry, but lurking here for a few hours. Lurk away. If there is about TikTok, but it's political in nature, so never mind. I think everybody thinks that. Yeah, who knows? Biden said he wouldn't enforce the ban. Exactly. It's all political. I hate all that political stuff. I don't like it.
Like CapCut. It's so great. It's like iMovie, but with more features, and it saves you time because there's things you could do in iMovie that CapCut has, but it's so much easier, just like a click, as opposed to doing all these other things. And then they have all these like fonts you could add, so many more font options, so many more like transition options. There's a smidge of a learning curve, but it is.
So can you download it to an like an iMac, to a Mac?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
okay. CapCut. I might have to try it out and see. I use iMovie on my iPad. I really need to try to do iMovie more on my new laptop, but I never have time to really play with it because I always feel like I'm under the gun kind of thing. But maybe I'll try the CapCut. I want to say CapCut. We have another Poe thing. I did want to share this. He was Goat of the West posted a comment in Poe paraphernalia. That's what I called anything you want to show in Discord that has to do with Poe. I created this channel. And so he's like, side note, I now want to start singing anything Poe's. Like anything goes.
See these puns, you never stop. Just keep them coming.
I think it's hilarious, but what am I? Craziness. Okay, where did I leave off? Angela finished The Fall of the House of Usher. I'll read The Telltale Heart next sprint. Nice. And Swank said a Scottish holiday celebration of Robert Burns. Dinner begins with haggis, turnips, and mashed potatoes. And the address to a haggis is read as the haggis is ushered in by bagpipes. Interesting. I never heard of that before. Interesting.
Haggis. Oh, it's like a pudding, a savory pudding containing sheep's pluck, minced with chopped onion, oatmeal, spices, salt, other things.
I'm not sure if that would be something I would try.
Oh, can you describe the notes in your drink? Like what do you get? What do you taste immediately when you took the sip? And then what lingers? That's what I want.
I mean, I taste fruitiness, like a fruity flavor.
Immediately?
I did. But then what lingers is just, it's like very, I don't know how to describe this. Whatever it is that is making it very warm going down. If there is like the
rum, maybe?
There's a warmth to it that just kind of sits there in your throat. But
what are the ingredients again? Can you remind me? I think you said
it's vodka, a dark rum, that a liquor I've never heard of, Curacao, blue Curacao, and
Chambord, right?
Chambord. I have never heard of that.
That's like a black raspberry, black currant, like a deep fruit flavor.
So yeah, like I still feel the sensation like going down my throat. You know what I'm saying? Like
the rum. If I had to choose, it's probably the rum that's giving you the warmth, because that's like used in a lot of tiki drinks, and you add it with a lot of like warming spices too. And that's I'd put money on it being the rum.
Yeah, I mean, when I first take the sip, I just, it's like a subtle fruit taste to it, but it's not what I would consider a really sweet drink, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
it's not super sweet, based on like other, like that Tipsy Mermaid I had was very like fruity, so like tropical.
Like a tart sweet. Think about the pomegranate is not the most like sweet. It's not like
it's
drink.
Yeah, it's not really tart in a sense like tart being sour tart is what you mean. And it's not like that.
Okay.
I'm not probably the best person to like describe it.
That's important.
It kind of almost has a and it also kind of almost has like a grapey kind of flavor to it, almost like a I don't want to say like grape cough medicine, that would be incorrect, but almost like a grape Kool-Aid kind of flavor, but not like super sweet. Like,
gotcha.
Almost like a grape Jolly Rancher.
Yes.
A hint of that. That's kind of like
it's the pomegranate and the Chambord. Yeah, that kind of pomegranate, black currant, black fruit flavor.
Okay. Yeah, I don't drink enough cocktails, I guess, but I'm gonna pay attention more now. Robert Burns was a famous poet. Nice. Thank you for letting me know that. I've read The Fall of the House of Usher several times already, so I just borrowed a graphic novel adaptation from Hoopla. Nice. And then I think you taste the Chambord and Palm first. Then the rum is probably the warmth. And that's what Lauren was saying. And I love the Chambord. Yeah, that's the first time I've ever had it that I know of. I've never had a drink. I would tell you a drink that you probably would have enjoyed, Lauren, is the drink that I had for my birthday.
I
It was called the Purple Zydeco,
It had like
and
the sprinkles on the rim, right?
it tasted like a liquid king cake.
Ooh.
Like I was trying to explain that to Kelsey. I'm like, it was like a king cake flavor to it, but it was in liquid form and it was very creamy and it was just really good. Like you could only really drink one of them. Well, at least I could. And I was just, yeah, because I was just like, okay. And we had to go to Walmart after. So I'm like, I hope that I can walk down the aisle in Walmart.
Making all
Yeah.
those
But I would love to go back to that restaurant because, first of all, the food was delicious. But they have, just for Mardi Gras, they have that. They had that purple Zydeco. They also had a martini flight, and so there were 3 martinis, and one of them was a praline, like a praline pecan or a praline type. And I'm like, I wanted that one.
Yes, like a cookie.
Yeah. So I would love to find somebody to go with me. My husband's not a big martini drinker, but I need to find somebody before the end of the Mardi Gras season to see if they'll go and share the flight. Because there is no way I could have 3 martinis. I mean, I would be like done.
Yeah, that sounds amazing though. Oh.
The palm juice and Chambord would give the fruit flavor, but not overly sweet. Yes, that is true. And it isn't tart. The Chambord and Carousel give the sweetness. The palm balances that. And then we have a yum. And to be fair, Walmart is much more tolerable if you go while drunk, Kat. I'll go share a flight with you.
Walmart is wild. There's times I walk in there and it's just like screaming kids and everything is like locked up, at least in mine.
Well, we went and it was later. Hardly anybody was in the store. I was like, thank goodness.
Yeah.
But okay, well, you and I would have a nice time having a cocktail together, Jen. I can tell you that much. I'll go with you for the martini flight if I live nearby. I know. Well, if you ever do make it to New Orleans, Kaylin, like you think you might in May, they won't have the Mardi Gras stuff, but they might have another cocktail we could try.
There should be a New Orleans meetup. That would just be so much fun.
I know. Kelsey wanted to try to do that with Old School April, around that time. But I think it would be, if we could organize something like that, I think it would be great.
I will make the itinerary. I'll research all the things.
Because there is a restaurant that I want to try in New Orleans. It's called the Vampire Cafe.
I've been there.
And I want to go so badly because they have cocktails in a blood bag.
Yes, you need to go. You're so close. You need to go.
I know. So it's actually it's on my 25 for 2025 list is to go there, to visit there. So my husband and I have been talking about it. I even told Kelsey, I'm like, you and Paul and Barry and I should double date and go, because it would be like right up our alley, to go. And we can always take an Uber into the city, so we don't have to worry about driving or anything. But I think the atmosphere, and they have brunch and everything. So I definitely want to go. The Sazerac also does different drink things too. And they were having some kind of a storytelling kind of thing with drinks. So I don't know if that's like a new thing that's happening.
I love like an immersive experience. That's cool.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's great. And Jen says, I'm only a couple of hours away. That's true. I mean, if you want to come to Inky Black, Louisiana, that's what my friend Michelle calls us out in Hammond. Inky Black, Louisiana. All this talk about cocktails, I may let the bourbons on the Bourbon Trail start picking my TBR. New video ideas.
That's fun.
Yay. And count me in for a New Orleans getaway. I think it would be fun. Sign me up for New Orleans meetup. That's an awesome idea. I agree. And oh my gosh, my manager kind of ignored my message about the New Orleans thing, and I think I missed the sign up. So I am disappointed. I'll just have to come down there on my own time. Yeah, I think it would be fun, a meetup, because there is so much to do. You just have to come at a time when it's not so crazy that you can't get a decent hotel room for a decent price. Because there are times where it's like you don't want to come during Jazz Fest. You really don't want to come during Mardi Gras because
Mardi Gras is March, right?
Mardi Gras has actually, the season has started. It's kicked off. So there are parades. Oh, yeah, parades and things that happen all the time. And then the big day is Fat Tuesday, and that's in March. It's March 4th this year. So it's a little bit later. Last year it was in February 13th, I want to say. So it fluctuates. So, yeah. And Caitlin says it's only a 12-hour drive for me. Only. Okay, so are we ready for another sprint? Do you are you good? Do you want this one to be our last sprint? Are you good for another two? Do you want to make them shorter? Tell me what you want to do, Lauren.
I think I could do one more 45-minute sprint. That'd work for me.
Okay, that would be for me too, I think. Just because I'm looking at us, that would be giving us till about 5, and then we can, chat for a couple of minutes and then sign off. So I think this will be our last one for sure, if that's okay. We have a Mardi Gras mobile too. It's a wild time. Yeah, it can be very crazy on Mardi Gras Day. I mean, for sure. I don't do Mardi Gras in New Orleans on Mardi Gras Day. It's too wild. Too many people. Too much craziness. Too much drinking. Too much drinking.
The crowds for me, I really can't.
Yeah, I can't either. I cannot either.
It was way after the season had like died down, and still that place is busy. So I couldn't imagine with Mardi Gras, the high season.
Yeah, it can be crazy. And there's always a party going on in New Orleans, but sometimes it's just a little more than necessary, I think. Like it's a little bit overwhelming is what I want to say. Some people are all for it, but it can be overwhelming. Hello, Swamp Gas. Okay, so happy sprinting, everyone. See y'all back in about 45 minutes. Hello. Okay, so how did you do, Lauren?
I finished the movie, which was like okay. I'm glad I finally got to these because they're pretty popular. Like Roger Corman's adaptations of Edgar Allan Poe's works is pretty iconic. And so it was okay. I'll try the other one, which is The Pit and the Pendulum. But other than that, I did a little bit of like planning and stuff for the week ahead. So I feel good knowing like my hobby life and goals. How did you do?
I did pretty good. I posted on Instagram my picture that I took of what I was reading and what I'm reading for the week. And then I also posted that in Discord. I sent you the ingredients for both of the cocktails. So I still need to send you the channel with the miniature stuff because I think you will get a kick out of it. Even if you don't make the miniature stuff, I just think that you would like looking at it because it's amazing to me. I mean, how cute it is, all of it. I also wrote down the recommendations from our friends in the chat. So the podcast that Liz had recommended, Jacqueline had recommended the narration by Christopher Lee of The Raven, also that biography. I wanted to write that down. And then also Jamie's recommendation of The Raven, the movie. So I think I'm going to put that on there because John Cusack plays Edgar Allan Poe, but Luke Evans, who I love as an actor, he plays the detective that helps Poe. And I like him. I don't know if you're familiar with The Alienist by Caleb Carr. No. There was an AMC TV series that was based on that book. The book is fantastic. It's historical fiction, murder mystery, really good. And I found out that Caleb Carr recently passed away. I was sad about hearing that. But Luke Evans plays a reporter, like a journalist. And it's set in that time, like that, back in the day, New York City, and there's a serial killer, and it's really great. But anyway, I liked his portrayal in that, so I'll be curious to see how Luke Evans does in this movie as well. And then I continued reading. Boy, I'm telling you, I am so clueless about Poe's life. I had no idea he had an older brother and he had a younger sister.
I didn't either.
And the thing that's so sad about it is they were all separated. Once Poe's father left them, abandoned them, and Poe's mom died. She had tuberculosis and she died. And the older brother was adopted by the father's parents. Poe went to live with the Allens. And then Rosalind, I think that was her name. Rosalie ended up going with a Scottish mercantile family, the Mackenzies. So they were not in the same home. I don't know why I always thought that Poe was an only child. Had no clue. So this is just amazing to me. Like, I'm so glad I decided to read a biography finally of this man that I've admired his work. But just a very sad situation for him. Yeah. And his mom was originally from England. And the way they even got here to America was because his mom, his grandmother, was an actress, and she thought she'd get more work in America. And then his mom started acting shortly after, like as a child. And apparently she was really good at it, much better than her husband, David Poe. But anyway, David Poe sounds like a loser for abandoning his family. I'm sad. He was actually supposed to be a lawyer and decided to become an actor, but he was not nearly as good as his wife. Anyway, but yeah, that's what I got up to. And I've enjoyed my time. I will finish. I don't think I will read The Fall of the House of Usher today. I would like to finish my pages that I have assigned for my biography. So I'll do that. I will tell you, my husband texted me. I guess he's at the grocery store, but he texted and was asking about if we wanted to eat a pot pie tonight. And I was like, yes, that's fine. And that drink you made me was potent.
Did he get it?
And he's like, ha.
He just doesn't get it.
No, he gets it. He gets it, but he's just like, ha, like you're real funny.
He doesn't like get it. Like, you got to be a Poe initiate.
Oh my gosh.
He loves
But well, he knows how silly I can be about stuff like that. But there was also Fall of the House of Usher. Is that also, it shows Vincent Price as an actor. Is it by that same director of the
probably.
movie?
I would think. Yeah, it should be.
Okay. And you haven't seen that one either, have you?
No.
Okay.
Stop. Vincent Price is so great. It's a little boring. And then
Okay.
like the time period, like there are good movies that came out in the 60s. So it's not like just the time, but like, I don't know. It dragged on a little too much. It could have been shorter.
Okay, because Robbie he watched it and he ended up posting a picture of it and the Fall of the House of Usher. So I didn't know if perhaps
I think
that would be something that in the future. It's a 1960, and I was just curious if it was by the same director. You have me interested in that, so I have that on my list as well as to check out the Vincent Price movies. Even though you're telling me that The Mask of the Red Death was boring.
It just had some weird stuff in it. There's also like The Pit and the Pendulum, which I love that story, and I could see that getting really dark. I just think that there was parts where like you had, I'm trying to remember, like The Mask of the Red Death. I don't know if they had anything about Satan, but there was like things I think they had in this movie where it detracted from the story, where there's like this random royal lady who's like trying to be the husband of Satan, and it's like, what is the story?
No, that's totally not, because the whole premise of the Mask of the Red Death is that there is, a plague going on, and Prospero is hosting this big old feast party, like in your face, people, and we're going to be all in this palace, and the disease is not going to get us, but it does. Yes. Death comes and gets them, and everybody that attends the party. So yeah, I don't think, the devil thing, that's Hollywood. Just, people might get the Satan thing better than what really was going on.
I prefer Mike Flanagan's interpretation of the story.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious. I'll watch it just because I would love to just be able, because you're telling us about it. So I'd love to be able to see and be like, yeah, you know what, Lauren, I think you got it right on the money. I think that's also the thing, is like when something doesn't really hold up time-wise, maybe.
Just was boring. I don't know.
It's because you saw something awesome prior to it. So Bookworm Lynn headed out, for the day. So I know you're not here anymore, Lynn, but thank you for being here. And then Liz went off to cook some dinner and watch a movie. So I know Liz is long gone, but thank you for being here. And then Travis is popping in. Hey, everyone, been sleeping all day, some kind of stomach bug, but I'm here. Hopefully sprint still will be going on for a minute. No, we were actually in our last sprint. And thank you very much. I'm glad I could figure that out. Thank you very much for the first. I completed the Fall of the House of Usher, The Raven, The Pit and the Pendulum, and my all-time fave, The Telltale Heart. Wow, you did wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. And it was sprints. That's what she was saying, for sprints. Also, the temp is dropping so fast here. It went from 60 yesterday to 36 now, going to be 23 by the morning. Yeah, our temperature is dropping pretty quickly here, too. It's amazing. Like yesterday, we were in the 70s. We're literally like in the 40s today. Like it's just... Yeah, and we're supposedly getting down to like 17. We might see snow. They're saying we're supposed to be seeing snow.
I'm hearing it everywhere. My brain is the same after these sprints.
I know. Angelico completed the short story and a graphic novel, planning to read What Moves the Dead next, and then start The Fall, which is a YA retelling. Nice. Haven't heard of that one. And Jen ate dinner and read most of The Fall of the House of Usher. I have 6 pages left. I'll be curious to see what you think of that. And finish my reread of The Fall of the House of Usher. I'll start my rewatch of Mike Flanagan's adaptation tonight. Yeah. Nice. I mean, I am tempted. I'm tempted to add that as well, but I just know my time. It's unrealistic. Yes. Stina said, I went looking for the animated short this graphic novel is adapted from by Raul Garcia. It's not on Prime Video anymore, and I haven't found anywhere else to watch it now. That's a bummer. Yes, chicken pot pie. And my husband asked me which one I'd pick chicken. And I love Vincent Price. So does Travis. Yes. I have a goal to watch all Vincent Price movies I haven't seen this year in release order. So Travis, this week, in honor of Edgar Allan Poe's birthday, you should watch one of the Poe adaptations. Not necessarily starting with The Mask of the Red Death. But Reading Robbie watched The Fall of the House of Usher. That one might be better. Corey Doctorow has a good retelling of The Mask of the Red Death. Nice. And then laughing at Travis. Oh, no, it seems like everyone I know is sick. It seems that way. Roger Corman is known for his kind of out there movies. He's been called the King of Cult and the Pope of Pop. That's funny names. Yeah, so that's interesting. And guess we are Poe car right now instead of Roach car. That's an inside joke. On our Wednesday night sprints, we do Mad Libs. And Travis is our artist in residence, as well as our lyricist for weird songs that come out of our Mad Libs or any kind of unscrambling game we might be playing or whatever. And yes, Roach Car, somehow they saw Roach Car in one of the words that we were unscrambling. So that has become our unofficial band that Kaylin is the lead singer of. And anyway, so that's where the Poe Car as well as the Roach Car. And we have a channel devoted to all of our sprint art, just to say. I love Vincent Price too. And I will watch all his Poe adaptations just for you this week, Kat. Oh, thank you, Travis. And that is the same graphic novel. I read it and it made me want to see the animation too. Bummer that you can't find it. That is a bummer. I love Vincent Price, says Swank. Travis, laughing at you, Travis. Poe Car, yeah. Travis, we definitely need a Poe Car song. Y'all are silly. And yes, it's a really interesting artistic style. Okay, so that is our beginning of Nevermore. I really do appreciate you being here, Lauren. Do you have anything on the horizon that you would like to share with our friends? Like anything you're working on currently that you can share or tease us?
I kind of am doing like a little bit of like themes again this year. I had them 2 years ago, and then oh my god, there's like a crow. It's very poetic. It's flew me outside, like I could see in my window. It distracted me. It's so creepy.
Now, if it lands and starts tapping,
I'm like, it's not good. I have some themes. So my theme for January that I have going is like kind of reflecting on the past and then looking forward to the present. So doing a lot of like favorites of 2025, 24, and then like things I'm anticipated for this year. And then for February, I'm going to be doing like spooky romance vibes. Ooh. So spooky and Valentine's, Halloween, like bringing it all together and just playing around with like different themes. So focusing like in March, I have this idea I'm playing around with for like focusing on women. And April is going to be very much like cottage core, like dark cottage core.
Ooh, I like that.
Spooky spring, and then May, maybe taking it like haunted mansion month, something like that. Some fun, yeah. So I just love a good theme, and I take everything spooky and I give it that thematic occasional twist for where we're at.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. I love how you have everything planned. Like out, like there's so much thought in your year, like what you've done so far. I mean, I have my readathons, but like I would love to be able to know like what direction I'm going in. Sometimes it's like willy-nilly for me. because it's what I guess I can get to. But
Readathons take a lot of time and energy, like in the moment before. So that if you remove that, I'm sure that'd be easier. But those are so fun. Like your folklore February, I'm very excited to get
yes, that's what I'm pretty much focusing on. And I am co-hosting another readathon that I will be announcing at the end of this week. I have to get all that together, but huh?
Is it like, I know you're not going to tell us just yet. I love a good surprise, but is it like a new thing that?
Oh, no. I did it last year. I mean, I can say it's the Mardi Gras readathon.
Okay.
My friend Lori at Books, Ink, and Paper, she asked if I would co-host with her again. So it's pretty much the same prompts, but we picked a new group read, and we're going to have like some sprints and a live chat and stuff that go with it. We're starting a little bit later. Unfortunately, Lori got sick. Over the holidays, talking about people getting sick. And she reached out last week, and so we actually met this morning to kind of iron everything out with it. But yeah, it's about a month long, but it's gonna go until Mardi Gras Day, and then yeah, so it'll be in the midst of all of my chaos that I'm in right now and Folklore February. Some of it probably could go hand in hand, depending on what I choose to read. But yeah, nothing new on the horizon really for me. I'll be doing Zombie-thon in May. I'll be co-hosting Old School April. But and then my little project that I want to start on Saturday mornings. But we'll see. We'll see how it all
exciting.
It all works out. I don't know what's gonna happen for the rest of the year. I have things that I would like to do and explore, but I'm not quite there yet. It's sort of like I'm trying to end things and complete things, and then I'm in the midst of all of this that I'm trying to plan, and then hopefully I can take a breath and then kind of think about stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway. But I thank you so much for being here with me, Lauren. It's always a joy to see you and spend time with you. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of your reads and watches for Nevermore. And I appreciate everyone who joined us today. Thank you all so much for being here. And as always, stay amazing, be adventurous, just be safe in your adventures. And I will see you all hopefully on Wednesday for our weekly Wednesday sprints. Bye.